Let's pray. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. Ready us to make every moment count. In Jesus' name, amen. Pause a brief moment for your own intentions. I'll open it up for public comment. Let's start with the election stuff. We'll go ahead and start with that right away. And again, I'll allow 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes total on the subject. Go ahead, Mr. Gingras.
For anyone who has questions about what's happening with our elections in South Dakota, I urge you to go to sdcanvassing.com, sdcanvassing.com. I'm actually happy you are exposing yourselves as tyrannical and treasonous. This is not how our elections are supposed to be run. With the exception of your installed auditor, you were all supposedly elected to represent the people of Meade County. Our elections are supposed to be decided and managed from inside Meade County. You all need to resign immediately for dereliction of duty. You weren't selected by the King of South Dakota to rule over your serfdom. You don't rule over the peasants. You're supposed to represent Meade County residents, not a corrupt state's attorney, secretary of state, and state legislature. I have a question I want answered right now. If our vote is auditable, then explain how it's done. And don't tell me about machine testing. I want to hear how you audit the votes that were cast on election day to ensure they were counted as intended.
Anybody else on elections?
Cindy Cook, Meade County. It's clearly evident that county officials, in some cases, are participating in a statewide cover-up of corruption in our election system. Stalin once said, "The people who cast the votes decide nothing. The people who count the votes decide everything." There's nothing more important than protecting the integrity of the American vote. The evidence for cheating in South Dakota is overwhelming. I emailed all of you the latest info on ES&S and how corrupt they are with their super secret black box tabulator. Not to mention Monet instructing ES&S to shut off the ballot imaging. Yes, I'm sure you're aware of that. What would possess her to do that? And what is she hiding? An email was sent by Jared Schwab of ES&S confirming this. During the 2022 election, the Edison election night reporting data showed all candidates in the statewide races won and lost by the same percentages in every county in South Dakota. How is this possible? You say this doesn't happen here. I disagree. This algorithm is showing up all over the country. This is just one of the 600 pages of evidence. As the people of South Dakota become more engaged in our corrupt government, we ask ourselves, why are our elected officials doing anything to stop this? The integrity of our elections and violating our constitutional rights. I have this letter from Berry County Sheriff's Office. There's 3 letters. This one, I'll just read the beginning. It says, "My office is investigating criminal acts regarding to the elections in Berry County, the state of Michigan, and the United States. I'm in possession of evidence involving voting machines. My office has come into possession of evidence that foreign nationals have accessed electronic voting machines in Michigan and other states. This evidence demonstrates that electronic voting machines and systems used for elections in Michigan and throughout the United States are not secure, and an immediate investigation is needed by Congress." He wrote this to Congressman Jim Jordan. So he has here 40 pages of evidence of the hacking of the machines from foreign nationals. I sent that to you, Talbot. And you didn't get back to me about what your thoughts were on it.
Your time, Ms. Cook. Anybody else want to speak to elections?
Dale Booth, Meade County. Okay, so you've all heard now about our Secretary of State and what she demanded ENS to do. Turn off her ballot imaging function, statewide. So how does this demand get carried out? Does ES&S tell our auditors a code to use to turn off this function? Does ES&S send out a representative to load in this new software without this function? Can ES&S do this on a thumb drive that we have to purchase from them? Just think of that. They can manipulate the software through that thumb drive? Or can ES&S turn off this function remotely? But how can they do that? How can they turn this function off remotely on these computerized tabulators if they're not connected to the internet? At this point, how can this demand get carried out in time before our primary election? You have to ask yourself, why? Why did she make this demand to ES&S to have the ballot imaging function turned off? What's your gut feeling? Or your common sense tell you on this? Is she breaking federal law, state law? My gut feeling or common sense tells me she's breaking some kind of law. What about transparency in our elections? Of course, you think about this, we haven't had transparency in our elections for decades, and the Secretary of State wants to make sure it stays this way. So now let's take a look at you. Our commissioners and our auditor. We all have been complying. You all have been complying, not to we the people of Meade County, but to the Secretary of State, the state of South Dakota. At this point, it's really obvious. She says you have to use computerized tabulators. You complied to that demand by making us use these computerized tabulators to count the ballots. By making this demand to ES&S, she has churned up some murky waters, or should we say the swamp. And by complying with her demands, you are all now in these murky waters, or let's say the swamp. In other words, if the lead sheep is going over the cliff on this demand and you comply, you're going over the cliff too. But you can save your own hide by demanding we immediately go to hand counting our ballots. It's our only secure and transparent way. I've said it before.
Your time, Mr. Busey.
You are in control of your own destiny. You are going to be, are you going to be heroes, or are you going to be sheep and go over the cliff? Your decision.
Anybody else want to speak on elections? Anybody else want to speak on elections? Three minutes, Ms.
Bernie Ucera. I did not intend to speak this morning, but after hearing some of the derogatory remarks concerning my county commissioners, I have to speak up, and I speak up for the auditor's office. We have clean elections, clean counting in Meade County. I don't need to hear about what's going on in Michigan, Pennsylvania, all those other places. This is Meade County. I don't want to hear about all this cheating that's going on and all this derogatory remarks that are going on. That's not Meade County. Our employees work very hard with these elections to make sure that they are fair, to make sure that they are correct. Over and over, they check their work. Therefore, I'm just saying, I really appreciate the work of our county employees with elections, and I appreciate the work that our county commissioners are doing with elections. And know that you are appreciated. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on elections? You had your time. Anybody else want to speak on elections? Anyone else want to speak on elections? I'll allow the commissioners a chance to ask questions if they have any questions or comments. Like I said, 5 minutes, commissioners. No questions, comments? Let's move on. Is there anyone else want to speak on any other public comment? Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself and I can start your time? And identify yourself, please, sir. I'm going to allow 5 minutes here.
You know, the Elk Creek.
State your name, please.
Larry Ebert.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ebert.
The Elk Creek Road changes. I've not heard anything recently about that, but I've spoken with Mr. Wizard about it, and he tells me that not only are you planning to put a new road through my property, you're planning to continue the current road through my property. And then just recently, you, the county, gave permission for a landowner in an adjacent property to access a private road on my property. You want to take over my whole property, or we'll see this. You know, you currently have an easement across my property, west to east. Now, there were 5 proposals originally for redirecting roads, and one was chosen. But the current arrangement was also said to be acceptable, even though it was not the primary choice. So if that current road is acceptable, how can you, let's say in eminent domain, show that you really need to have another easement across my property? Now, you've not only not given me a proposal specific to the land you want to take, which I would refuse, but you know, I actually have hired a lawyer, and he says we can't really do anything until you give me particularly an eminent domain action.
Chair, if I could interrupt.
Certainly. I'll stop your time, Mr. Evans.
If I'm not mistaken, this matter is in litigation, is for eminent domain. I'd suggest the board limit discussion and not make any comments.
Certainly. Thank you.
I'm not aware of any litigation involving my property.
Probably because the litigation hasn't been started. The design's been done. All the other right-of-way's been acquired except for yours. The county has hired counsel to pursue that once the final design information is provided to it. Frankly, Doctor, the only thing that's prevented the board is we're waiting part of a DOT safety.
So that's dealing with the acquisition of the property for the new road. What about abandoning the old road? hard to think you would need two roads, east and west, across my property. But if that's part of current, litigation, why I'm not even aware of it? I'm not aware of it. Oh. Well, I have hired a lawyer, so I guess we can move forward on that.
Yeah, and that lawyer could certainly reach out to the county and they would put him in touch. Been retained by them.
We're getting off track. Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Everett?
Oh, yeah. What about the other?
I like the song.
Me too.
That's a map, and it shows the current road, Elk Creek Road, and it shows the new road in blue. Now, on the right side of my property line, there is a private road. County has no, that was put there by Gingras 40 years ago to give access to people up on the hill. The county now has given access to that road. Well, I can't point, but
We give him a.
do you see along
I
the?
don't think the pointers don't work on the anymore. TVs. I can point it out. I know what he's talking about. Talking about
That road, and then we're right down at the edge of my property, right there. You have given access to somebody to that road.
I'll just speak to that. That's that plating was done. There's a group or organization.
Well, I don't know who actually. I haven't provided. But the road is entirely on my property. If you look at Meade County, there is no access.
Your time is up, Mr. Everett, and I appreciate it.
My time's always up.
Thank you, sir. Talbot, is there any more you'd like to address on this? Okay.
I mean,
Any other commissioners on this subject? Sir,
Probably
yep.
talked more than Ken wanted me to already.
Any other commissioners on this subject? Anybody else here for public comment on any subject? Yes, ma'am. I'll give you 5 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, I'll try to get 5. Okay. Well, I'm Marcia Sen from Piedmont, and I, excuse me, I live on Grandview Drive in Piedmont, and we have a little road on Dakota Street. It's actually a county road. They don't maintain it. But we put a stop sign up there here a little over a week ago. Well, the people did not like that. So the city hall went up and took it down. Well, so Marcia decided I want it up because there are buses that go by there every day during school. And then I walk. Nobody's going to strike me or anything, but. And then there's little children that play on the road. And the people come down off of Dakota Street. By the way, they are not in the city of Piedmont. They are not annexed in. They don't want to be. They don't want to be anything to do with it. So I just thought, okay, I'm going to see if I can't get that stop sign put back up, just for the safety of people.
Marcia, you want me to explain it a little bit more?
Yes, if you would.
So Dakota is that kind of basically almost an alleyway. A couple of years ago, the county provided some cobble for it because the road was so muddy. A lot of houses dump out there. It's Fifth, if I recall correctly, that comes around where the bus route is. The city put up a stop sign there. The city controls Fifth. The county, the Dakota's in the county, but it's at the intersection. There's been some objection by the neighbors as to whether the city has the right to put a stop sign because it's a county road, but it's within the right-of-way of Fifth where the here's for where the sign was located. Because Marshall, your place is right on the corner there, if I remember correctly. And it's kind of basically in your ditch there.
Yes.
Um,
And my mother owned all that property
Sure.
up in Dakota Street, the
Yeah, so-
Callanan.
yeah, there's been some dispute as to jurisdiction locally, which
Right.
is what you're addressing. I didn't know the city had taken it down. I thought they had
Well,
left it
they
up.
put it up, and then they took it down.
Yeah,
So,
maybe they're going to check with Troy. I don't know if they've
well,
followed
I
up
don't,
with Troy on
maybe
that or
this wasn't, I didn't know for sure where to go, but they said, well, one of the employees at Jack Parks, I can mention his name, did not want it up there. He don't live up there.
Yeah, so the question is
So,
who has the right to put the sign up there?
this is what I was, so, that's why I came here.
Troy's in the building.
Yeah,
We'll
I
visit
think,
with Troy.
Yeah, I tell you what, we'll check with the highway superintendent, make him aware of it,
Sure,
and probably have
sure.
him talk to the
Mhm.
city. Last I knew, the sign was still up. So.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay.
All right, okay.
Thanks for coming up.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like right on the edge there, the city coming through. Is that Grandview or? Well, it's Fifth turns into Grandview, I think, over there. Some point, right before you get to Foothills. So you're looking, right here's Dakota. Grandview is called Fifth up, Fifth right there, and then when it takes the turn on Main, it turns into Grandview. Yeah, so it's on Grandview, a block up.
So, yeah, we'll follow up with the highway superintendent and
Marsh's place would be, look at that right below where it says Dakota. Where it intersects.
is anybody else here for public comment? Yes, sir.
Good morning.
John Clout, Blackhawk. I live in Wonderland Homes. And every 4th of July, we have fireworks in there. It's banned on the west side of the interstate, but not on my side. And the neighbors on both sides in front of me, they fire their works off. The debris lands on my roof, in my lawn, back in my lawn, in the backyard, everybody around. And when it's dry, you fellows know about fires. They're going to burn us out. And I'm here to ask the commission to ban fireworks on that side of the interstate as well as they are on the west side.
Ken, do you want to, is there anything on that, or we just looked at that ordinance, and that's during the 4th of July, isn't it?
There are limitations on what the local communities can do around the 4th of July, primarily concerned with sales, I believe. If there's a specific fire danger, our ordinance may allow for restrictions. The ban on the other side of the interstate is because of the national forests, and that's not within our control to expand or to allow for fireworks in that area. Being a public comment, I'm not fully prepared, but I can research and
I understand.
and do an opinion email out to the commissioners.
If you could look into that, please, that'd be great.
I think maybe, could you look up, there's a state law that does not allow us to ban fireworks during several days around July 4th, as well as New Year's. And the state legislature passed that. I have the same problem with my neighbor.
That's what I was referencing. I'm not sure that it's use or sale, so I need to look it up.
So in other words, you're telling me that there's nothing that can be done.
Well, we're going to look into it.
Well, I'd appreciate it because
we're not sure, but we're going to look into it.
All right. Thank you.
So, yes, thank you.
If you give the auditor your email address, I will email you that statute. You're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody else here for public comment? Anybody else have anything to say for public comment? You've had your time, Mr. Gingras. Does anyone want to answer his question? I don't think so. Anybody else here for public comment? Larry?
I'm Larry Newman from Blackhawk, and every time I come to a commissioners meeting, there's always another subdivision being talked about or, progress. To me, I'm a dinosaur. I don't like progress. And I'd like you to be real careful when it comes to vacating section roads. I mean, sometimes it's a good idea because it's not going to affect anybody adversely. But I don't like to see section roads closed when it might block future access for section lines, especially to public land, like going up into the forest and other places. Because every time you close something, it's liable to have the wrong effects farther down the line. So, thank you.
Sorry. Anybody else have something for public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Routine business B2 equalization.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning, Rhea.
We survived boards. We are now onto the phase of turning in the abstract, which I have submitted to Department of Revenue through their axiomatic program. Unfortunately, all but one of the uploads have failed the testing. So actually, that's just who I was emailing with. They're supposed to be testing our data to see where the coding is incorrect. It's on their end, not on our end. It's kind of an issue back and forth between the equalization office and the auditor's office annually. They have us change back and forth. So we will get it submitted and get it approved, hopefully by the deadline of the third Monday in May. The assessor, the appraisers, and I had a meeting. We've set up our reappraisal plan for the summer, which I did include in board docs. I think we're looking at about 1,520 parcels. The majority of the work will be done around the Ellsworth base area, 2829. We're also going to address Blacksburg, and we're going to address the rally campgrounds this year. So we have a few less parcels than we've done in the previous year. However, it's farther away, so it will take us longer to get back and forth and do the field work. John, Ray, Mike, and Jill will be attending Aberdeen conference June 4th through 7th, so they will be out of office. And we are happy to report that the black pickup from the sheriff's office is returned to us, and we're about $500 less than what we anticipated for repairs. So, other than that, I think everything is pretty routine.
Questions for Rhea? Thanks, Rhea.
Thank you.
Facilities, Ben.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Ben Petrocco, Meade County Facilities Director, and I'm just here with a quick report on some of our workload for the month of April and early May. We had another busy month in April as we are transitioning into our spring-summer season. As always, we had a lot of work requests for the typical lock repairs, miscellaneous plumbing, and HVAC system adjustments and repairs. We did have one call-in for snow removal in the month of April. We were able to complete our annual campus-wide fire alarm system testing and inspection. We identified multiple roof leaks during some of the large rains we had early on in April. And in fact, we got guys on the courthouse roof right now repairing some of those. It's that rubber membrane that over time kind of deteriorates, and a lot of it's from hail too in the past where they'll poke little holes. So they're up there. I think we had like 15 to 20 holes in there that we ended up finding.
How old is that roof?
How old is that? That's been replaced within the last 10 years, I believe. I'm going to look into that because I don't think we shouldn't be near the life expectancy of it. I mean, it should have been a 20-year roof, but it seems like we have had a lot of problems every year with it. So, we had to replace the main compressor in the courthouse, the air compressor for the HVAC system, as the old one just started making noises in the head and was wearing out. That thing runs a lot, trying to keep all those pneumatic controls going. It kicks on a lot, so it was time to replace that. Dispatch started the weekly siren test back up around the 1st of April again, so they've been setting them off every Saturday. And we will be monitoring the siren software program and doing inspections and repairs as any faults occur on the software. So far, we've only had a couple minor issues. They seem to be all working, but those are one of those things where there's just a lot of ongoing maintenance on them. We have started and will continue working on several outdoor projects as the weather allows. This includes landscaping, mulch replacement, mowing and trimming, exterior stair repairs and resurfacing, painting, staining, and some concrete patching. We were able to finish stripping the remainder of the sheriff vehicles and got all auction trailers and other items hauled out to the main location for the auction. And kind of in the jail side of things, we replaced some original jail kitchen faucet assemblies in the dishwashing area that were well past their life expectancy. We've been kind of replacing little parts here and there on them as they wear, but it was just time to get the whole new assemblies put in, and I think they're happy with that in there. Some other stuff on the highway department side of things, we had a few larger projects. They purchased a new parts washing machine, a large parts machine, and we ended up having to refeed the electricals to it because it was a little bigger than what we originally discussed. I think I talked with the salesman originally, and he thought that the power circuit was adequate, but then when it showed up, it was like, no, we got to upsize everything. So that was a little bit. We had to refeed it with new wire, and the conduit was large enough though, so at least we didn't have to repipe the whole run. So got that hooked up and going. We had several damaged electrical pedestals out in the equipment row in the yard in the main shop. They were all not functional because of several shorts that were in the wiring from hits from machinery out there. But so it took a while to get. Pretty much had to go through every single one of them and give them the once over, and I found multiple issues, but they're all back up and working now as far as I know. They've been staying up, so
Ben,
well,
your paper keeps hitting the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And like a teacher with the fingernails on a chalkboard. So
sorry.
Sorry about that.
On the Piedmont shop, we did several exterior wall patches and reattached some of the metal that we could that had been kind of pulled away from the building. Some of the screws had been stripped out and kind of pulled away. We were able to get most of it patched back up fairly well. Hopefully that'll help retain some of the weatherproof on the building and maybe some of the heat a little bit better. That shop is one that's not insulated, but it had several, I won't say large holes, but a lot of small holes just from different equipment hitting, over the years and stuff. So hopefully that'll kind of band-aid that for now. I guess that's about all I have on my report for April.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Ben, facilities? Covered a lot.
The plug-ins out at the shop, can we? I don't know what we can do. We might put barriers in.
When we originally installed them, we talked about that, but with the size of the equipment out there, it's going to push a bollard right over.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like a concrete.
Oh, like like the half walls.
Yeah, because I don't know that bollards will work. But
No.
we might be able to put a concrete barrier in there.
Yeah, if we could get
Set 'em there.
those 4-foot tall concrete, at least on the front side, would be good.
At least we wouldn't hit them. Slow them down.
Yeah. I don't know, I mean, when it snows and blows out there, they're probably, I don't know when they're getting damaged, but there was multiple.
Anything else for Ben? Thanks, Ben.
Thanks.
Human Resources.
Morning, Deborah Bransard, Human Resource Director, and submitted my monthly report. In this report, I did add the head count, and I will be adding that monthly just to give everybody an update where we are, and also added the number of our Meade County Union members for Meade County. Any other questions that anyone might have on the report?
Questions?
Thought it was slowing down with this whole hiring.
You know, it
we should
does,
set it-
and then as soon as we catch our breath, up it goes again. There is one other thing that did happen in May. On May 7th, we had our third year security loss history report. And when Matt Peterson came out, I met with him to go through the things that were administrative. He also met with facilities, he met with highway, and he met with Sheriff West. So all of the facilities have gone through that every third year safety survey by SDML. We had no issues. He is looking for some improvement. One area is in the jail, and I will get that information out to Caleb this week, and he has like 60 days to respond back to it. But other than that, it was all good.
Any other questions for Deborah?
No.
Good, thanks, Deborah.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, do you have anything for IT?
Morning, Commissioners. Tony Cummins, IT. I just did email everybody a report that Gary had requested with regards to our current computer aging and where we stand at the county. Each department head has recently received that report. I did not have time to put it on board docs. I literally just got it finished up here last day or so. So over the next week or two, we'll be discussing that with the department heads and potentially with the commission as to how we could best move forward on that.
Thank you.
Security patching, day-to-day endpoint stuff. This is just a couple of highlighted items that we're currently working on. As you can see, our CISA external monitoring score is still very good. It's a 0. No vulnerabilities detected. Internally, we are sitting very, very good compared to when we first started all that. Security-wise, we've been leveraging the teams over at Dakota State and CISA to help identify any future and potential issues that we have. Currently working with 2 vendors to come up with a solution to implement the recommendations that I got from CISA. That information will be forthcoming as soon as we narrow it down to which vendor we're going to move forward with. We have some Active Directory hardening and DNS filtering research going on with CISA again. They do have some free services that we can leverage to help with that kind of stuff from, to redirect the malicious websites from actually loading on the endpoints. Inventory tracking, that's a project that we started up. I discussed that a little bit with Rhea here recently. Initially, we're going to try and implement it for IT for better tracking purposes for endpoints and hardware, etc., with the potential for moving forward to all other departments for better tracking and reporting for you guys. So as part of that, we did actually secure a vendor who offered us a 3-year contract, no cost, to potentially beta test the software. It's in production, so it's not something we're putting on that's going to fall apart. We've been picked from some other counties to bench test the software, so we have quite a bit of time to figure out if it's a good fit for the county or not, and it's at no cost. So I think it'll be a good fit from what I've seen so far. Internal video systems. The more video we add to those servers over there, more system resources. So I did bump up the memory on that guy on our 4 internal video servers, and it's been helping with the sheriff's department and the correctional officers for the live feeds. It's a big increase. And then I did talk with a little bit about the Senate bill for the cybersecurity with Ted last week. We had a short discussion about that, and I'm in the process of potentially putting together a document for software or hardware that we could maybe leverage that fund. See if we can buy some equipment for the county, some of our normal funding. And then, like I said, lastly, the computer aging report. I did email the commissioners a copy of that and CC'd Rhea. As mentioned, each department head has received that. Some departments are looking better than others. So that's a discussion that we will need to bring forward at a later date.
Yeah, it looks like there's quite a few in there that need to be replaced. 4.5 years on the computers.
Yep. So, you know, business recommendations, CSIT and those guys, they reckon 3 to 5 years is a good point to replace hardware. After 5 years, you're just putting more time and effort into it, supporting it, and upgrades of software and operating systems don't necessarily are compatible with the old hardware, etc. So it just becomes a money pit, unfortunately.
As we get into budget, department heads are aware that we need to.
Okay, that's about all I have. Any questions?
Questions for Tony?
Yes. I really enjoy those little helpful hints that you send to us.
PSAs for the county? Yep.
And I was wondering if you could, since you have access to our website and our Facebook page or whatever, you know, if as a public service,
absolutely, yeah,
you couldn't send that out to the general public.
Yeah, there's nothing on that the general public shouldn't see, and it's definitely helpful for home users. I mean, a lot of the stuff that the employees sit through for security awareness training is beneficial to anybody with a home computer or a tablet or a phone these days. So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, going forward, I can do that for sure.
I think that.
Okay. Good.
Thanks, Tony. This is the first meeting we're running on YouTube. Is that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, this morning we switched over to YouTube. So we did initially with a discussion due to the fact of some limitations with Facebook and the streaming. It was detecting for some reason some copyrighted material when you guys were talking. I don't know if somebody was maybe mentioning lyrics of songs or something, but it would black out that piece of audio 30 seconds prior and 30 seconds after, and so public was commenting on our Facebook page with regards to potential, you know, are we doing that on purpose? We had no control over it, and so we decided to go to YouTube, which is a better streaming service, in my opinion. So
it was Gary's rapping, I'm sure.
Somebody.
So you were saying when Doc's phone went off with that ringer, he isn't hearing me. Some AI or something on Facebook would automatically have picked that up and blacked us out for that period of time?
Potentially.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my God.
It's all automated. It's an algorithm on Facebook. There's no human behind it, you know.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, if it does pick up something and it's from my side, I got to fight it. No, it wasn't copyrighted. It takes 10 days, 2 weeks for it to be released again. So kind of defeats the purpose of live streaming and keeping the public informed.
Wow.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Planning, Tanya, you got anything for us?
Good morning, Tanya Vig, Planning Director. For the month of April, we were down on building permits a little bit. We had 4 new single-family and 1 two-family dwelling unit down in Creek Meadows, which is a 2-unit structure, one of many to be built. They seem to be going well. We did get the cellular tower that was approved April of 23. They came in for the permits. It is west of it's west of Faith on 212. The progress work is starting on that. And then the rally campgrounds are starting to ramp up full throttle. There's been submitting plans in. They're starting to roll through on some of their projects already, doing some inspection on those. The large subdivisions remain the same. No change on any of those for last month. Just still working through some of the bugs. On GIS, if anyone used Beacon, there was a note that our Beacon was down on some information. Staff worked with Schneider for the last 3 months to get that fixed. It was an encode table, and Schneider weren't talking correctly, so that is up and going fully again. On May 6th, the planning meeting, we had from Fort Meade Way to Lindy's. There's a section line we're going to open. They're going to build a road. It's going to go out for bid here shortly, and we'll see the process come through to open it and to construct it. That'll come through you guys for approval. Other than that, just working through. Staff has been working on permits. It seemed like they've been picking up again the last month. The last week, actually, they've been picking up. We've been busy on those. Been doing a lot of research on the ordinances, on roads and subdivisions, on how they work together. That's been taking some time. I have contacted an engineer on reviewing our water plans. I have not heard back from him yet, but I am moving forward on that project also. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions?
Yep, thanks.
Sean, DSO Emergency Management.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean Henderson, Meade County Veteran Services and Emergency Management. I'll start with the highlights of April. So again, 0 responses, thank goodness. No displaced families. I know last week, I believe, a tree fell on a house. You probably heard about that. And I asked if how the family was, and unfortunately, it wasn't that extensive where they had to leave the residence. I attended 2 classes, one in Rapid and a day class in Pier, for a total of about a week on the emergency management side. So I'm pretty much caught up on all the required classes I had to take for my first year. We had our 3rd quarter LEPC meeting with Sturgis Fire, and we purchased a few items for the LEPC community, like a hazmat dolly for a drum for fuel spills to put fuel to deplete a tanker, for instance, if there was an accident, and also some more hazmat spill items like shovels and brooms and the like. Veterans, on the veterans side of the house, assisted 112 veteran interactions. 71 of them were existing, and 41 of them were new veteran, from burial benefits to dependent additions, appeals, setting up profiles, healthcare setup, that kind of stuff. And I wanted to bring this up to the commission and also to the public. I met with the VA has this program called Compact, not to be confused with the PACT Act, but there's a coordinator, Jessica Cornwall, up there, and we had a nice meeting. And I think it's a wonderful program that the VA has, and they're trying to push this information out for veterans that are considered acute suicidal crisis. There's depending on their service, just like anything, of course, but even veterans that are other than dishonorable service can get up to 30 days of inpatient care and up to 90 days of outpatient care initiates through 911 services, or they can go to the VA hospital or one of the civilian public hospitals to get care, and also the transportation of these veterans, like by Life Flight and things like that, they'll be all paid back. And there's a process, I won't get into it because we'll be here for a little while, but there's basically 6 months to, that the VA will identify these veterans and start the paperwork and the process while they're in care. If they damage their organs basically from their attempt, then there's going to be care there, which I thought was wonderful. And
how much? So each additional dependent, the amount of compensation increases then.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
You mentioned, when you were mentioning some were burial requests, some were change in dependents. So the monthly compensation is based on the number of dependents in addition to the original
There's a lot of
disabled
factors.
person?
Sure, there's a lot of factors involved. If I would say the majority of my interactions are increases in compensation. For instance, if a veteran had an occupation while they were serving and they have hearing loss, over time, if they're already service connected for the hearing loss, and that's most of the battle that the veteran and myself work side by side to get that service connection, and over time their hearing will degrade as they get older and things like that. So, when a veteran is in the benefit side of the house from the VA, there's a lifetime of things, all the way from their initial encounter. Hey, what's out there for me? We start the process. We get them into the VA benefits side of the house. We look at their medical history, go through all their medical records. If things are valid, then we apply for them, and all the way from dependent education, and then when they pass, if there's depending on the scenario, if there's survivor benefits for the spouse, which would be continuing health care and a monetary compensation for the surviving dependents, and education as well. So there's often a monetary increase for every interaction, absolutely. That's the big part of it, because people want to, they want to pursue the benefits that they deserve and that are out there, for sure. Did I answer your question? Mm-hmm. Sorry, that was kind of a long answer. So I wanted to bring up another thing. We had a great meeting. One of the state's attorneys across the street approached me. They've had some veteran interactions. So they thought they were veteran interactions with this particular gentleman, and they asked me, hey, how do you find out if somebody's a veteran and what's out there for veterans and that kind of stuff? So I thought it was a good opportunity to go over and have a meeting with them. And I invited Angela Bates, who's actually one of my predecessors, and she works for the VA as a VA Justice Outreach Coordinator. So she works with a lot of the legal side of veterans if they get incarcerated and such. And so several of the state's attorneys and deputy state's attorneys were in attendance, and it was an open forum, and they asked me and Angela a bunch of questions, and I thought it was very worthwhile. It was a great meeting.
Okay, when I was over there, and please tell me that maybe something has changed. If we have an incarcerated inmate who's a veteran eligible for VA benefits, medical care, the VA would not pay for their care. They had to go to the hospital or something. The county had to pay for their care. Has that been changed?
I'm not aware of the healthcare side.
I mean, that's a huge issue.
That is a huge issue. I am aware of I'll ask that question, because I've never been exposed to that
huge
thing with the healthcare. But I will tell you on the benefits side of the house, because the VA is 3 branches: the benefits side, GI Bill, home loans, compensation, the healthcare side, and the cemetery side. Right, that's the 3 branches. So when a veteran has a service-connected disability and they're incarcerated for, I believe it's over 30 days, then their compensation gets reduced to 10%. So if they were 100% service-connected, they're at 10% while they're incarcerated. And when they get released, then we kind of start the process to get them back to where they were. But as far as the health care, I don't know, to be honest with you. So I'll find out.
Is there
and Pat, maybe that's changed from when I was there, but it used to irk me.
Do we have any more questions? I'd like to get the sheriff wrapped up. We had a 10 o'clock hearing, so do you have anything else that you'd like to share real quick
I'm
with
all
us?
set, sir.
Okay, any more questions, quick? Thank you, Sean.
You bet.
Leads us to Sheriff C1.
Morning, Commissioners. Sheriff Pat West. Light lifting, as normally this isn't when I'm scheduled to be here. 3 contracts with Somerset, Faith Police Department, Sturgis PD reference dispatch agreement. Pretty self-explanatory on there. Basically, Meade County takes care of 50% of the expense for dispatch, and then after that it is split based on calls for service. So basically Sturgis and Meade County are around 44% payment. Somerset's 9% and Faith PD is 3%. This is something that we've had in place for a while.
I move we approve these contracts.
These are the same contracts that we've been.
Yes, sir. Same recipe.
Well, the exact same formulas and everything.
Correct.
We have a motion. Chairman Creed moved to approve all 3 of these contracts. Do I have a second?
Second. Ken, look at these.
Yes.
Motion and second on the floor to approve these contracts. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Sheriff West. Do you have anything else
Nope,
real quick
that's
to
it.
report? Thank you. Leads us up to 10 a.m. Does anyone need a break, or do you want to run right into hearings? Let's meet back here in 10 minutes, 10 minutes after 10. So.
Rich, do you know our password? No, it's the public password. I can't get on Wi-Fi. Come on, just fill it out.
One time, just tell me. I'll forget it.
1, 2, 3.
you today? Oh, great.
Tanya.
It's gotten kind of chilly. Hey. Deborah. I will be. I don't know why I cannot remember.
How are you? You would know if not you.
The older I get, the worse it gets.
Is it gonna rain?
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, it sure feels cold.
Windy days, it's not going to take long. It's going to be dry again.
Oh, I know.
But they're already getting rough.
We planted grass cake.
About 3 minutes early, but I'm just going to call us back to order. Let's go to item D1, public hearing to vacate a portion, section line right-of-way, common to section 30 and 31. Township 5 North, 6 Range. Miss Big, if you would, yeah, go ahead. Identify yourself again, please. Your microphone on.
Oh, it's not on, sorry. To vacate the section line, we should open the map, please. I need to unplug this, probably. I don't have it on mine right now. We're going to vacate a portion of a 66-foot section line common to section 30 and 31. This is from the west 16th corner to the west right-of-way line of Prairie Sage Trail. And when we vacate this, Ralph's Way is already built, and so this is the reason to vacate the section line. It's the hashed line on the bottom, where it says 66 foot. That's the part to be vacated, and the relocation is on Ralph's Way that connects to North Ridge Trail into Blucksburg Apartment off of Fort Meade Way. It was part of the plating process of when we worked on Sunrise Subdivision. This is where Ralph's Way comes into play. Shannon is here to discuss any questions you would have on the vacation or add anything.
No, just simply adding, the reason that existing section line just due to terrain wasn't feasible. I mean, just not a good place for section line road, create that second access out of Blucksburg and that side. So that's why Ralph's Way is where it's at. So.
Albert, you've had some dealings with this?
Well, yeah, and it's not shown up in the record, Tanya. This planning did look at this and talk about it. I thought we had this, there was some discussion on planning on this line. If you don't recall, I recall this discussion. Okay, when there was kind of a split in argument as to whether to recommend it to the commission, and I recall the planning commissioners are kind of split on it. But frankly, this has been a long kind of discussion with the landowners. To me, it makes sense to vacate that. The landowners put in, they established Ralph's Way and then worked with the developer to get Ralph's Way in. Ralph's Way was buildable, this section line, from everything I've seen on it. Once you kind of get past that turnoff, it turns into just kind of an impossible road to build. And so I support this. As I've made clear multiple times, I'm not a big fan of getting rid of section lines. I do support relocating them. Why this is actually that is a vacation. Mainly it's being done this way because we've already dedicated the alternative route, so we don't need it.
That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, it's essentially what we're doing is relocating this access point.
And the road that was put on Ralph's Way is Meade County specs.
So, is that going to create any problems for the property to the south of that if we vacate that, the property to the south there? Is that going to, that gets developed, is that going to create any kind of problems for?
And that portion is also Lamphere's land, and so this was kind of his idea and his wishes. But they did leave that you see that small strip of land south of the section line, just above the sage trail there, just down. Yeah, right there,
Yeah.
just above those. So they do have access to the back there to a certain point. But again, once you get past that one lot, the terrain gets pretty steep real quick.
So it's essentially a relocation back to the section line, is what it's doing with the right-of-way, except for its own.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason this road got built while it was being driven by development, but this road, that's the place they could put the road. I mean, frankly, if they could have put it on the section line, they could have built it on the section line. So it makes sense to me as essentially I look at it as a relocation. Just that because of the way it was moving, it made more sense for them to get the road built and that dedicated Ralph's Way.
What was the opposition, Talbot?
Well, there's just, generally people are always concerned when you're vacating a section line. Yeah. But, frankly, Ross been talking to us for a long time about this. Personally, for me, and I think Rich has looked at it multiple times, is that it provided this second emergency access out of Blucksburg in case of emergency, or front side to come out that way. It really was beneficial to the county as a whole to get this access put in. And I've looked at that section line, topo, and I've driven out there, and where Ralph's Way is made much more sense for a long-term road.
Yes, there's a lot of houses out at Blucksburg that if you had a fire, it would be difficult with few access points.
Well, even just imagine a bad car accident where you're blocked there's only...
That's true.
Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this hearing, this agenda item? More questions, comments from the commission and/or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the section line vacation.
The motion on the floor.
Second.
Yes, yep, I wasn't sure where it came from. Okay. A motion and second on the floor. Is there any discussion? Let's do this by electronic vote, please. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Brings us to item D2, hearing for variance request, ADU size, ordinance 34 of Timberleaf subdivision, lot 12, Timberleaf subdivision. Go ahead, Tanya.
Okay, this was presented to the planning board in May. You add a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit above a garage that is already permitted in March. The recommendation from the planning board was to deny the variance size. Casey is here to present to see if you guys would consider the variance or not.
Go ahead.
So this accessory dwelling unit is above a...
If you would just identify yourself so we can get it.
Casey Walker.
Thank you.
And there's an accessory dwelling unit we want to put above a garage. And some of my things about it is I don't want it to look funny. I want to go up with the same structure as what's going to be underneath it. That ends up being 1,200 square feet. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get approved, I guess. I know that right now that's the law is set at 800. However, that's where it's gonna put it is like right above an overhead beam for a garage door, and I just think that that's gonna look awfully goofy.
Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this agenda item before I go into commissioners? No one from the public wishes to speak to this. Commissioners, questions, comments?
Well, there was letters from Luxburg Paving. I didn't see those.
There's Luxburg Paving, Michael with Timberleaf subdivision, and notified all the neighbors. And so far, everything I've heard back, everyone's just fine with it.
Yeah, so planning looked at this, planning recommended denial. You know, his argument for the variance is the fact that he built a big garage, so he wants bigger ADU space. You know, the planning's concern was then anybody can just size their garage and get whatever kind of ADU under that kind of theory. You know, he'd certainly have built his garage and then done a 2-story ADU and stayed within and not changed up his framing. You know, there's different ways he could have designed it, but the argument that I just got a big garage, so I should get a bigger ADU space, was not. Planning commission didn't see it as a legitimate argument to get a variance. Planning had last fall rejected an existing structure under much the same where they wanted to add living space to the top and held them to the 800 feet. And so both for consistency issues and the fact that it always just design around the restriction under the argument. Planning as a whole recommended to the commission.
Any other questions, comments from the commission?
It was a unanimous decision.
There has been approvals over the years of different sizes.
Yeah, but never under these circumstances.
Commissioner Creed.
I think at the time we approved that, I think I voted against 800. I think 800 square feet is kind of small. But I am not going to go against a unanimous opinion from the Planning Commission.
Any other questions, comments from the commission? And or action? We got a motion and a second. Yeah, the motion is to deny. A motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion to that motion?
I'm not sure if we've ever approved a 50% size larger ADU.
I don't recall that. I know we did 1,000 foot one.
1,024 or something like that.
And had to do with having a kid move home and put several restrictions on it. But that's the biggest one I can remember us doing.
Commissioner Wazorek, just to be clear, I understand what the motion is about. This is to deny the request, not to deny the recommendation from the planning board.
It's to deny the variance,
Yes.
because it's purely a
Yes.
recommendation,
Okay.
so it's not an appeal.
I just want that to be clear when it's stated in the minutes. Motion second on the floor. Is there any more discussion to the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for an electronic vote. That motion passes 4-0 with one commissioner abstaining. Thank you for your time. Public hearing for the Meade County Comprehensive Plan update.
One more quick question. Would you guys approve for it to be slightly bigger to put it between garage doors, the end of the building?
I don't like looking at plans at this time. I think that's time, if you work with our planning director and the planning board.
What it would be is 912 square feet.
Yeah, I can't, I don't know the ordinances, I don't know so it's hard for me to make deals up here. So we have to move on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Moment we've all been waiting for.
Okay.
This has been a work in progress for a while, hasn't it?
Yes. Kaylee Snyder, Black Hills Council Local Governments. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do just a brief presentation, and then we'll have the public hearing. So this is for the Meade County Comprehensive Plan. You can go to the, yep. So, thank you. The purpose of a comprehensive plan provides firm foundation for policy action, allows the county to function more efficiently and effectively, strengthens counties' policies and regulations, helps address current problems and issues, helps create a more desirable and certain future, and is authorized by South Dakota Codified Law, Chapter 11-12. The green box there is not the full law. Those are just some bullet points taken from the law. I won't read the whole thing, but to protect the tax base, lessen governmental expenditures, conserve and develop natural resources. So sometimes there can be confusion as to what a comprehensive plan is and what it is not. So what it is a collection of information and material designed to help guide future development. It'll sometimes be known as a future or general or master plan. Typically it includes a future land use map and other visuals. It should be overall easy to read, updated regularly to reflect changing conditions. So your current plan was from 2010, so this is an update of that. It should also be seen as a to-do list or a roadmap to create a more desirable future. What it is not a strict plan for regulating development. It is not a zoning ordinance. It is not a zoning map. Subdivision regulations, capital improvements plan, building codes, but these are documents intended to help implement the vision and the goals presented in this plan. So our planning process, we are currently in phase 6 of the adoption part. So going through the phases, phase 1, we worked on background data collection, public input. Throughout this plan, we have reached out for several different means for public input. So phase 2 is where we began that. We had a survey that we released to the public. We also held stakeholders meetings. We held them in 5 locations throughout the county. Phase 3, we took and compiled all the results that we gathered from the survey. We created a community profile, primarily using census data to see, what was going on in the county. Phase 4, worked with the Planning Commission to create vision sessions. We again reached out to the public to get their input, created a vision statement for the county. And then phase 5, it took us a little bit, but we got through drafting the plan. Again, met several times with the Planning Commission to work that out. On phase 6, we gave the draft out to the public to receive comment. We met in 3 locations to provide and gather that information. That information was given to the Planning Commission to let them know. And so we are in the adoption phase. So after receiving public input, met with Planning Commission, and they moved to recommend the plan to you. And so that is why we are here today. Part of the adoption process. Okay, well, I'll go to this and then I'll go through the steps, sorry. So these were just some of the public input that we received through the plan. The 3 boxes there, these are taken from the survey. We had asked folks different questions such as, what do you like most about Meade County? What are the biggest challenges and what improvements? These are word clouds. The word that is largest shows up most. So we can see what you like most: rural, people, open, Black Hills. Challenges include growth, tax, schools, housing, and improvements, road, schools, more developed. The circle on the other side there shows the number of participants we had. We had 292 respondents in our survey. And then the different meetings that we had 52 in total for our stakeholders meeting, 48 for our visioning meeting, and 37 for our draft open house meetings. There are 4 major chapters in the plan that we look at, including economic health, infrastructure and services, open space and environmental protections, and land use. And then our steps. So as I said, we had met with Planning Commission. We held a public hearing on April 1st. But per South Dakota Codified Law, we are required to have a public hearing with the Planning Commission, a public hearing with the Board of Commissioners. So that will be following this presentation. We'll have that. Then, depending on this board's decision, you will either move to adopt the plan. If that should be the decision, then you will need to sign a resolution. There will need to be a publication of a summary of action that goes into the paper of record. 20 days after that publication, the plan will become effective. Should the board choose not to adopt it, then we will go back to Planning Commission and make adjustments from there. And then after that, it's up to you guys for ongoing implementation and review. So, are there any questions? Otherwise, I'll...
Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this plan? Yep. Go ahead, Bob. Mike, please.
I had a meeting.
Please identify yourself, Bob.
Yesterday with
Bob,
her.
could you please just state your name so it picks up?
Robert Heigerken, Meade County resident, former commissioner. You know, at the beginning of your speech today, you said you used census data to come up with some of these figures. But on page 11, this is the one that really set me off, was that agriculture industry has played an important role in shaping the county's economy. In 2022, the agriculture industry, including farming, ranching, forestry, fishing, and hunting, provided around 3% of the county's gross product. I knew that couldn't be right. So I went on the federal government's Census of Agriculture site and looked up the agricultural census data for 2022 and 2017 so I could see the differences in what it made. And in 2022, the total amount of market products sold, government payments, and farm-related income was $167,119,000 That's a long way from 3% of the county total. And what we kind of decided yesterday is maybe she was looking at population. But even that in here, it said it was more like 5% instead of 3. I guess I'm just upset that with this plan, I mean, agriculture is basically written off the books. There's nothing in here that really applies to it. It's 2 million acres in our county, and there's a total of about 700 farms, and that's everything from 1 to 9 acres to over 1,000 acres. And there's only 377 of those that are over 1,000 acres. And in 2017, oops, let me get my right one here. There was 370, so there was 7 more large farms in the last 5 years, from 17 to 22. And that's the Census of Agriculture is only taken up every 5 years. So that's why I only have 17 and 22's data to work from. I asked her if there was some way we could make some changes to some of the things that were in here, and she said only you guys could do that. It's too late for input.
Kayla, can you tell me where he's looking? I can't find where it says.
Yes.
Ag 3%.
So, are you okay with me kind of explaining?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So there's
That's the page I was looking
yeah.
for.
So on page 10, there's a table that we looked at with the GRP. It has the different industries throughout Meade County, and the issue that we run into is that the census does not provide this information. So we had to use a program called Lightcast. This is what one of the larger economic development groups in our region uses for some of the input. So that's what we used. While I would say that most likely the agricultural census is probably a very reliable tool to use, it only gives us agriculture, so we would be unable to look at the other industries, and that's why that information was used. And then in terms of the census, at the time, and I would have to fact check myself on this, but I believe the 22 census agricultural was released after we had drafted this. So we would have to go on the 2017 one, if anything, just for clarification on that. But that was the best available data we had countywide for all industries, not specific to ag.
You know, yesterday when we looked at this, your information said you used 2022 data too, which kind of surprised me because that's right here on page 8. You know, you're talking about the median sales price of homes. They use the 2022 figures, but they wouldn't use the 2022 figures for the agricultural census. And it's not that much different. It went up 23% from 2017 to 2022. The total farm products sold off of farms. The prices went up that much. Production, it rained a little more. Got a little more production.
Well,
I still think it represents a lot more than just 3%.
So you're questioning that number, what number did you have, Kaylee?
I believe it was 3%. So that
3%. So what number? How many?
Of the.
Nothing.
So Bob says it's 165 million, and you're saying it's how much?
I'd have to look it up. It's 3% of the county total is what it is.
So but that's the bottom line is you're questioning that number on that, correct, Bob?
Yeah,
So,
But
yeah, and understandably so.
Did
Do you
you
have
see that chart?
Do you have another point? We'll take a look at this chart here in a minute. Do you have another point on this, Bob?
That's the one that bothered me the most. And part of the reason it bothered me is because this figure is going to show what we're going to spend on rural roads. You know, if an industry is that large, has that much of an impact on the county, certainly does deserve some respect for the rural roads that are out there.
Well, we have a lot of respect for the rural roads.
I know, Drew.
We have 7.3 million in this year's budget of 25 million. But I'm not in ag, but I would find it very hard to believe that Meade County only has 3% of its revenue from ag.
I would agree.
I think that figure's way, way, way off.
It's gross regional product.
It's what?
It's gross regional product.
But isn't agriculture part of that gross regional product too?
Well, that's I don't know how they measure it because I've never delved down.
I never even heard of that until the last meeting where the planning board looked at this. That was the first time I ever heard of that. That's why I went and got a copy of this and read it and tried to figure out what it
Haley, why don't you explain why you guys use it? What's the gross region? What's the base that you use?
So the gross regional product, again, this, I'd have to double check how they pulled all this information from the Lightcast. But this looks at the where's the money coming? So when you look at this, the reason the 3% is so low and the reason that this chart I felt was important to put in here is because when you look at government, how high it is, it throws everything into a smaller portion. Everything else, I would say, is pretty lined up. It's just that government really outthrows everything else.
Government being not county government, that would be
It's,
the base.
it includes federal, local, and state government, but those are gigantic in Meade County, and I felt that was pretty important to capture. So 3% and it seems low, but when you compare it to the government, which is such a high, and again, that's the reason there's charts in here, is to show that huge amount. I mean, if government wasn't so big, all of those numbers would go up because I would say, looking at the chart, they're pretty lined up for the most part.
The government figure there is a little over 300 million, and agriculture's almost 200 million. Shouldn't that be?
Well, what figures? Where are you pulling these? I mean, if you pull figures from different databases, it's gonna skew it. You gotta pull it all. It's all got to be treated the same. Give you a comparison because, I don't know what your database is looking at, but you would have to pull.
I'm looking at the Census of Agriculture.
Right, but that's just on agriculture.
Right. That's the only one the federal government requires every 5 years.
But that's just on agriculture. So
right.
This is a comparison to show. I expect the government numbers are all basically come out of wages for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so, Bob, you can't say, well, I have a database over here that gives me this number. That doesn't give me any other numbers.
I guess that's where I got lost yesterday, too.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, I looked at the ag census. It doesn't specifically say in their gross regional product anywhere.
No,
so
it doesn't.
Again, if I'm doing a comparison of all of the industries or sectors in Meade County, I can't pull from one census and then take everything else from somewhere else because the census doesn't look at construction and retail trade and manufacturing in separate census.
But just at the very beginning of your speech, you said you use the...
We use the census
data.
Primarily, but in this case, because the census doesn't
we've got
provide
38
that
pages of this.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to spend the whole time on the chart. If the commission would like to change this chart, I'm going to need a motion to amend it. With that said, and I know you have some other points, Bob. And so, like I said, we can't necessarily. We got other people that may want to talk to this as well, but we can't spend all day on one chart.
No,
I think
I'm done.
proportionally, what after I rethink this, you're looking at one side, they're looking at wages. Ag people don't generally pay themselves a lot of wages. When you compare to what the Air Base and the VA, I can see how you take it as profit at the end of the year when you sell.
I asked her to verify some of her figures yesterday, and she said the website is no longer up. Yes.
So we do not, Black Hills Council does not have a license for it anymore, but I did ask one of our economic development people to send us the most updated, because so we have the 2024 numbers. For the most part, the charts are saying, because those are all pretty level, they do move around a lot, the lower ones, but I do have the information if anybody wants it.
Anything else, Bob? Thank you. I think you probably read it more than anyone in the county has, so I appreciate that. Anybody else want to speak to this plan?
Just a quick question, Dane Boomsma. It references that there's going to be 2,500 additional military personnel, and as far as I've seen in the Box Elder community, nobody can get a number, so I'm curious where that figure came from, just because we haven't heard one. That was all.
Oh, yeah, so I had reached out and got a released statement, and that's where that number came from, so, from the base. It was a public document.
So, in that doc, do you know if that was transfers out, so when the B1s leave?
I'd have to look at it again, but yeah, it was pretty basic. They're obviously not going to tell you everything, but
They haven't released a lot of information.
no, and it was the best figure and it was a while ago. I think it was. I'd have to double check, but I think it was from 21. So it might have been updated, but it was the best information we had at the time.
Anybody else want to speak to this plan? Yeah. Come on up, please, ma'am.
And first of all, what do we need this plan for? Is it to give the council of whatever she represents a job? What do we need this plan for? We've got a county commission. We've got all of our whole beautiful Meade County. Our roads are pathetic. 7 point whatever million spent, but it's okay. We're getting by. We're used to getting by. What do we even need this plan for? I thought this is what the hearing is supposed to be about. Yes or no? Why do we need this plan? Very simple.
Anyone care to address that?
So, we do use the comprehensive plan. We've had the comprehensive plan. I think this is the third version. Every 5 years, it seems like we review one. We use it to help shape our planning for the county. We don't have zoning. So it's a little bit tricky to kind of gauge some of that stuff, but we do have, it helps us identify growth areas. So some of the areas that we have growth in, we're able to put resources to. And kind of to go back to the tax and the road condition issues, we have a $24 million budget for the county, taking about $11 million in taxes, and 7 of that goes to, 7.5 goes to roads, and 11 million goes to personnel. So there's not a lot of fluff in that budget, which we know, and I know that everybody in the county knows that as well.
But of what value is this plan if, for example, the state shooting business down here north of the air base, and they barge their way in and boom, it's done. No, you know, this is, we are paying an inordinate amount of tax, and this has got to stop. And government control, this has got to stop. If we don't stop it now, we're done.
So
this is like Europe 150 years ago. And why they all came, all of our folks come from Europe and everywhere else, is for freedom to own property, and yes, to pay a moderate amount of tax, as my old father-in-law, for the benefit of owning property, you have to be willing to pay tax.
So the issue, like with the gun range, you know, frankly, we don't have zoning. We don't have any.
Thank goodness we don't.
Yeah, and that's that's my point to that is the people that do call me with complaints. We have two things. One is we don't have zoning, so you can do what you want. But the other one is that we don't have zoning, so you can't tell your neighbor what to do.
Exactly. Within reason.
Yeah. And there's other laws that are helpful.
This wonderful housing down here by Blackhawk, where these property owners, they're being held akimbo because the earth is falling down because there's an old mine there. Well, there was somebody that was on the county commission 45, 50 years ago when that little development was put over the top of the mine. So that planning is, well, and I know it's been in existence for years, but if you're going to do a job, you better do it effectively. And I'm with Bob and a whole bunch of us conservative taxpayers. This has got to stop. Get organized, and with Mrs. Creed, this is, yeah, I don't know, say it more succinctly, but we have got to rein ourselves in. It's just like 22 deputies. We've got Meade County, 22 deputies. But anyway, and here we have the rally coming up, and oh, it doesn't cost anything. Oh, it's a fright. It's a fright.
It does cost us some money.
It does cost
a lot of money.
And yeah, but yet we can't get 3 days a week for some honorable deputy to come up and help out our little village at Faith. Well, he's on call at Union Center, yes, but that's 60. It's just like giving $100,000 to the ambulance service here at Faith, Sturgis, and zilch to Faith and to Central Meade County. Come on, guys, we've got to get. I don't mean to give you all.
Ma'am, I'm not
for,
quite sure where you get your information.
A
lot of it,
right out of the minutes.
Well,
the Meade County Commissioner.
So that $100,000 contract was for the jail.
Yeah.
Through the Sturgis.
Yes. However, you know what? That you're also paying for hospital as well as that contract.
We don't have any choice, and believe me, we would love to have a choice.
The state elects us to do that.
The state and the feds require that.
This hearing is directly about the plan. This plan, we have agenda items. We had an agenda item on that ambulance contract, so I'd like to keep it to the plan.
Okay, all right. Well,
except I believe we need to inform Mrs. Fishbach that in return the ambulance goes to the jail a minimum of 3 times a day.
Commissioner Creed, let's stick to the plan. So.
All right. Well, thanks for listening to me. And I'm just sure that there are quite a few of us that want to rein back in so-called 3 or 4 layers.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Yes.
Does anybody else want to speak to this plan?
Well, I want to get clarification on this plan. This plan doesn't keep this commission or any future commission from altering, or I mean, it doesn't require us to do anything specific by approving this plan, right? I mean, when I read through it, it looks like there's a lot of information there, but
it does not force the commission to do anything, force future commissions to do anything. It's just a planning tool to help us guide our growth. That's my understanding of it, reading through them and being on the board for a couple years here. Just a tool for us to.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak to this plan? Not seeing anybody else from the public that wishes to speak to this plan. Commissioner comments and questions.
So, well, I mean, we've had a ton of hearings on this. This is a guidance document. State law says we should do this. It's good from the standpoint, you know, ma'am, you're up in faith. I'm just going to tell you, there's a lot going on down in this lower part of the county. I think it's safe to say that the county pays out more expenses related to roads and police enforcement and everything else in ag lands than it takes in. Ag lands only pay, what is it, 17%? 15% of our total budget. Most of it comes from the southern part of the county. You know, there's a lot of growth going on down here that this is helping people realize and get information on. You know, Bob, to your comment on, you know, I was looking, not saying this is what the company used, that we got the gross regional product, but one of the definitions for gross regional products, final market value of all goods and services, less, plus tax imports, less profits, less subsidies. So, you know, that could have adversely impacted the ag number. The other thing is just looking at her numbers on that, some of that ag money is probably caught up in construction because it generates a lot of that. I think ag is very important here. I support it. I do get a little frustrated with ag people coming in complaining that they don't want zoning, but then bitching about what their neighbors do and asking us to do something to stop their neighbors from doing something. Either you want control throughout the county, or don't come in and complain about what your neighbors are doing. Those are the trade-offs, and you know, those are tough issues. But it's really, it actually is, quite frankly, ma'am, it's very negative for the southern part of this county that we don't have zoning. Very negative, and it's causing us a lot more expenses at the county level. Ma'am, it is not. Believe me, I've done a lot of this, and I understand it. And I understand the cost. Ma'am, I'm just going to tell you you're wrong. I mean, and if you want to research it and talk to me about it later, but those side issues, you're just. I mean, I'm not saying that you're intentionally wrong. I'm thinking you're getting, yeah. This is for planning, and so this needs to be done. I think, you know, ag's mentioned 35 times in this document, 38 times, I think, in this document, talks about the importance of ag. I don't really want to get caught up in trying to second guess numbers taken from a source. They're from one source. Give an idea of what's going on. It doesn't surprise me that government's the biggest one, just because between the base, the feds, EA, what's that? The forest. I mean, that's just a lot of money there. School districts. And, you know, you lump all those, and then you spread out everything else in private. So I've sat through a lot of public meetings on this. Haley Pickett's in my face. She'd just soon be done with this. Even got plenty of other work to do back at her office. So those are my comments on it. And if you really want to see some of the stuff going on sometime, ma'am, and kind of come down and sit through some of our planning meetings and see all the development issues that are going on in that southern. So those are my comments on it. We've been working on this for a couple of years. I think it's time to.
Any other comments? I got a couple before we take action. Yeah, I know this has been going on a long time. I see some of the frustrations. It is overarching. I do have two requests to change in here, though. We discussed one in Faith at their public hearing, those meetings up there. The very minor one, 2.7 goal. In fact, I thought you mentioned at the planning board you were going to change it to school system, and it's state school system. I wish it would say school systems. I don't necessarily want to imply that we're only thinking about 46-1. I think we have a few other school systems. Like I said, I thought you mentioned that you had that changed down after that meeting.
No, we have 7.
Yes, but I think the intent there probably is the issues with Piedmont and Meade 46.1, but there is other school systems to consider. I also would request that we could change policy 3.1, promote the preservation of open spaces for recreational opportunities. Back to Bob's point, I wish we could add agricultural and recreational opportunities. I think that would suffice in there. If it's encouraging to our, this is talking about a rural character, I think I like that word. So I guess the chair would move to amend that or to change that.
So you're moving under 2.7 to change the word system to systems, and under 3.1 you're amending promote the preservation
Open spaces for agricultural and recreational opportunities.
That's a motion I'll second.
Those are the only comments and changes that I have. I do question some of that chart. Bob brings up some good points, but to be honest with you, not knowing enough about GDP, I don't know how far we can dive into that.
I figure part of the problem is once it accounts for expenses, ranchers tell me they never make any money, so that's probably what's driving it.
Motion and second on the floor to amend and change this document in those two spots. Any discussions to that amendment? Saying none, all those in favor of changing those two lines, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Any other questions, comments to the document now as amended?
I just had one question for Kaylee. I noticed in the document it says that visitor spending was $56.2 million in Meade County annually. You know what?
You know what page you're on?
That was on, I think it was on 10. $56.2 million in visitor spending. I was just curious if you had a total of all the revenue that all the spending in Meade County, both visitor and residents combined, what the total number of sales dollars?
I would have to check that. I believe I got that from the economic impact of tourism South Dakota, so it would only be the tourist numbers. So I'm not sure if I would have that information.
Okay, you don't have anything of the total
Of
number.
everything?
Yeah, the gross sales in Meade.
I might be able to find it, but I'd have to look.
I'd be interested in those numbers.
Yeah, make sure the rally's in it.
Department of Revenue might do one that's based on sales tax. The problem you have there is anything that's not subject to sales tax, they can't tell you then. So it gets really hard, and then, Meade County is included in the metropolitan statistical area with Pennington County. So a lot of the federal stats mix the counties together. So it gets difficult to lock these numbers down.
Any other questions, comments, and or action on this document as amended?
Move to approve as amended. Second.
Motion is second on the floor to approve this document as amended. Let's call for electronic vote, please. Any discussion on that motion? Sorry. Hearing none. Electronic vote. Talbot made the motion and Rich seconded. That carries 5-0. Thank you guys, and thank you, Kaylee, for your work on it. Thanks for coming in.
Follow up on this, since there's a content change, it has to go back to the planning board for approval. From my understanding.
Okay, so that we can't approve the resolution until that happens.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll take it back through planning in June and see you guys the first.
So, no, it'd have to be another public hearing at this level.
Yes.
To be safe, we better.
Yep.
So we'll be going back to planning on
Planning.
June meeting, I assume. That works for you, Talbot, on the planning end. You're chair of that, so. Okay.
You have a choice. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have seconded your motion.
I know you wouldn't have. Well, okay, let's move on to D4, renewal new malt beverage licenses.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before you, you have the list of renewals for the malt beverage applications. The ones highlighted in yellow were applications that were not returned to our office. There's also the inclusion of a new application at the bottom for Harmon Family Industries, who has applied for a coffee shop permit on their property on, I believe, Timberwood Drive.
The highlighted that they did not get their
Correct.
renewal.
They can still turn their applications in up until the June 25th meeting. They do need to be to the state by June 30th. So if you were to approve the others today, you could put a clause in the motion stating that you could continue this to as needed up until the end of June.
You know, I looked all over trying to figure out what the highlighted things meant.
Wait.
Am I the only one who couldn't find the legend on what it meant?
You're right, it is not there.
No.
I see exactly what you're saying.
So, I think we should ask that if something is highlighted or marked.
Couldn't agree with you more, Doreen.
We need a legend.
Thank you.
This is, same thing happened last year. We had to continue some because they didn't quite get them in.
Yes.
Is there any, before we go into commissioner speaking, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to these? Sure.
Which company are you with?
You're the new owners. Welcome.
I will say too that Sheriff West did receive an email and does not, regarding this list of applicants, and does not have any concern.
Our new business owner is sitting in the back of the room, Kim, so the one requesting the new license, right? The one at the bottom there, it's
Harmon Family Enterprises, LLC.
So, and it's my understanding that the auditor's office is not going to make some follow-up phone calls. These letters have been sent to the ones that have not got their renewal in.
That
So
is correct.
they all have to be grown-ups and knowing their deadlines are, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments to this?
I don't have any unless either of the owners that are in the audience want to actually.
Anybody want to speak? I don't foresee any problems here, but if anyone wants to speak on their behalf.
Taxes are all paid and no issues.
And that Black Hills Dragway is that the name that they're operating under Sturgis Dragway? Because I think Sturgis Dragway. That indeed is what it is.
I can tell you what the property is titled under, but I can't answer the question about any other business name they may be using.
Yeah.
the only dragway I'm aware of in Meade County, so.
Okay, so how about if I make a motion to continue the hearing on Black Hills Dragway, Brian Went, Eagles Landing, Generations Weddings, Kickstand, Busted Nut LLC, as to those licenses.
Kickstand has had this problem for many years running.
I believe there's a few on this list that have been in this situation before.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a motion to continue the hearing for those that have not gotten their renewal in. I have a second. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. We have a motion and a second on the floor to continue the hearing for those that have not got their license in. That motion is not to approve the others. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yes, I figured that. I just want to be clear on the motion. So, motion is to continue that for those that have not got their renewal in. Any other discussion from the commissioners? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Deny, same sign.
And so I would assume that the sheriff's department would be notified, or someone would be notified at the date that, unless they come back in, the date that they could not be selling.
July
1.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Then I'm gonna make a motion to grant the renewals of the applications. I think we probably need to do a separate motion.
I will second that as well.
Motion and second on the floor to grant the renewal of the pending licenses. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I'm gonna make a motion to grant the new license to Harmon Family.
I will second. I do have a question about that. That's at the corner of Timberwood and Milk. Nice little coffee shop.
Motion and second on the floor to approve the license for Harmon Family Enterprises. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I believe that covers all malt beverage licenses for today, other than the ones that have been continued. So, thank you guys for coming in. It also concludes our scheduled items for hearing, which brings us to highway.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Troy Eastman, the Highway Superintendent. The first agenda item is our traffic count plan. Pretty much the same routine, I guess. We did add some different categories for the high and low, and I believe that's what we changed on there. The high and low, instead of just the average daily traffic, we've put some additional numbers up there just to see, because obviously it varies from different times of the year.
And that's during that count, right? So the high and low are the different during the count.
Yep, during those dates that are listed right there.
I know the spreadsheet's getting longer, but you can add the 20 the previous year.
Okay, yeah.
Just for comparison.
Good idea.
I know it gets.
No, that's all right. It's good to have. The next agenda item is the proposed land purchase. The highway department, we've been looking at a different location in this, part of the county, just to, better cover our roads and serve the residents of Meade County. And we're not looking at, redoing everything. We're doing just another place to have fuel and be able to park our equipment and gravel, waters, that sort of thing. Right at the moment, we have an immediate need for it. We've been pretty much having to drive a road grader back and forth to Piedmont, all the way past Elk Creek or past Antelope Creek in order to do maintenance. So we've been coming quite a long ways just to get over there, and
in the long run, I mean, it's going to save us money and time. So that's my recommendation of why we're bringing this up. So
the dollar amount was 25,000, and then the recommendation was up to 50,000. But that's not close to the number that we were looking at.
yeah, it'll be much less than that. It's just I wasn't sure with the surveying and different things that go along with it how much that final number will be. But the amount per acre, is significantly less than that.
That's what I thought.
Yes, and then again, we haven't exactly agreed upon how much area that we're going to get or that he's willing to sell. So I guess it's kind of open-ended, but yeah, it's, the price is much, much less than this. So
this location that we're looking is on Elk Creek Road, more towards the New Underwood side of that road. It would give us some coverage, a little bit closer out there where we're not roading blades back from New Underwood to Piedmont. So,
yep.
Not at this time. We're not looking at building a building. We're just looking at property. So.
Correct.
I'd kind of thought that we were discussing the possibility of 4 acres.
It could be up to that. I mean,
Would we need more than that? Because, in a motion, I'd kind of like to, get it fairly close to the amount that we're actually willing to purchase.
Sure, yeah, and I had a couple questions as far as the section line that runs between there, and what we can and can't do. I mean, obviously it's not a road at this time, but I know what it's like to, vacate or relocate section lines. So I don't know if that's something we need to look at as a group or have it surveyed to see exactly what's there, because it's kind of hard to determine the exact section line right now because it's not an improved road or anything like that, and so, yeah, I guess I have a couple questions, too, as far as to define the boundary.
I think this would be an approval to go into negotiations.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you can't authorize somebody to go buy something we don't even know what we're buying.
I think that, the 4 acres was a guess, and I think there's a break right there, so I'm curious to see how that fits out there.
Yeah, exactly.
The owner's willing to. I would probably say I'll make a motion to authorize highway superintendent to go into negotiations with their liaisons, involved with that. Up to, I know I can say up to 50,000 so that we have a number, but as long as the commission, their liaisons are involved.
Yeah, so just say that I'm going to oppose putting a number in there because I think it's just bad practice to set a number before you start negotiating.
I agree. You tell them that ends up telling them what you're willing to pay.
Because the problem you get is that number. I understand a lot of other stuff besides the land, but the general perception is going to that that's what you're going to pay for the land, and I generally think these are better authorized people to begin negotiations to try to acquire property. Go out there, get a proposal with the understanding it's got to come back to the board for final approval. I would agree.
And it'd be interesting to see what that land is currently assessed at.
You don't want to take the number out.
Yeah, I'll authorize highway superintendent and liaisons to.
So I'll second it with as long as Troy's working with his. And probably goes without saying, can to the extent needed.
Motion and second on the floor to authorize the highway department to negotiate a contract for purchase with the highway liaisons.
So I had another comment that if the county's buying this, I don't want to be involved with trying to close up a piece of section line. I don't know if we have to get it with a section line through there. I'd rather get it on one side of the section line or another, so we don't have to deal with that as a commission for county business, because,
And I think that's where
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and you'll be involved as liaison for that department as well. Is there any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Brings us to E4, no, E3, yep. Skip to F. E3, magnesium chloride and base stabilization.
Yeah, this is our annual magnesium chloride and base stabilization process that we do on our county gravel roads, and also, includes private residents. This is just a list of the roads that we've typically been treating, and then also, there's a couple adjustments that maybe weren't on there last year, or more mileage or more feet of road that have been included in order to cover our roads and, try to keep within the budget. I understand our numbers may vary a little bit, and it looks like we're possibly over our budget on here, but one thing I want you to know is that our application rate on some of these roads changes, because if there's residual mag water already on that road, it might not need the full application. Like up above there, it says it's a half a gallon, which we've been reducing the amount that we've been using, and it actually has worked quite well. A lot of times it just needs a little bit of mag versus a half a shot. So, it's a little bit misleading there, but I'm positive that we can keep it within our budget, and I'm trying to use less mag than more mag. A lot of people don't like it on their cars and stuff. I just try to keep it on the road versus, getting all over the place, and the weather dictates a lot of it. So, this is like above and beyond, I think, what we're really going to end up doing.
So I have a couple comments on here, Troy. The cost that's shown is the cost for our contractor that we have our bid through to apply.
Correct.
So if he doesn't apply, then the cost is also less. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And then the second comment on the first spreadsheet that's here is the base stabilization portion, which is higher than what we had kind of anticipated, but this is our second year of testing. These are the problem roads, right? So I think there's maybe some discussion on one of these roads that we want to have later today. Maybe take off that portion of it or not approve it until after exec.
Well, and I think also in the letter that I responded to that one woman, those costs on the end, that does not include the cost of our personnel.
Right. This is just the material
So
cost.
it's really inexpensive.
So I don't know if I'm quite ready to make a motion just because I think deck on one of them. The other one, the privates that is labeled, privates is not the right terminology. And then it also says it's county funded, which is not correct. This would be, so these are roads that are in a right-of-way that the private landowners adjacent to them are wanting to have mag put on. So it's still in a county right-of-way. It's not a private road, but they are said before, but I don't think private's the right answer.
Yep, I understand. We can make those corrections.
And the other part of that is the residential requests. This year we were able to get that back to the contractor, and it's not paid through the county anymore. It's actually paid direct to the application or the applicator. So we're not dealing with the taxes piece and also the banking portion.
So am I hearing the commission's not ready to make a decision on it until after we discuss a certain road, so we can move on.
I'd like to.
Okay, that sounds really good. Is there anything else to add in your monthly report, Troy? Any other questions from the commission?
I don't have anything. I guess it's pretty basic routine highway stuff there listed in our report, unless someone has a question.
So I liked, I don't know if you're going to go gravel usage.
Yeah, I had a few comments about that too.
Go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
I don't have any comments on the monthly.
Did you have something to say about the gravel usage?
Yeah, so the gravel usage I thought was a nice, there's an Excel spreadsheet in there that shows that. Kind of shows where we've been putting resources for the current year, which is pretty interesting to see that, you know, some of these areas have gotten quite a little gravel outside of just our local, or I guess, urban areas.
Yeah, I think this is.
Yeah, these are good numbers to have. I really appreciate you guys. You moved through the winter when you could and got some gravel out there. You don't have last year's numbers on it. I got a spreadsheet from you here about the same time. I actually requested to have these numbers on there because it was eye-opening to me. It shows you're doing a good job balancing out the county too, and I appreciate that, especially being out in the rural areas. I think 45% came out into about half and half. That came out to what I would call country, and about half came out to what I'd call urban. So it shows you're balancing it quite well, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
I know everybody's wanting gravel on certain pieces of road, but 80-some thousand tons hauled last year and 40-some hauled already this year. To me, that's pretty impressive. Big numbers.
Over 1,500 loads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very impressive that you hold this winter.
Well, we had favorable weather this year, so.
You know, we have favorable weather quite often.
Absolutely. It's actually almost better to be working then than it is in the summer a lot of times.
So I think that was a good move to get the magnesium chloride tanks down around Piedmont, because that's more centrally located to where we're doing most of the mag, so that's going to save time and miles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that storage is critical for us, and not only for them to deliver the material and the product, but just to get back out on that road again to keep going.
Yeah,
so
they don't have to run up Fort Meade Way Road
Yep.
and back all the time with loads, so they can just.
Yeah, and honestly, that's part of the reason behind that. The other land is just to be able to, I'd love to put more frac tanks over there and do the same thing, whether it's just water storage on site or mag or base stabilization. They could be very useful for multiple things.
Yeah, so it's great whenever you can make a move that's going to cut costs. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything else within this report? Anything else for Troy? I'd just warn you, you've got a few attaboys, so you better be careful. So
Yeah.
Usually something else follows. So. Thanks, Troy.
Turn your phone off.
Thank you.
Today.
Brings us down to the auditor.
Before you do have the budget reports for the month of April. We're trying something new. We're planning, as we move forward, to present this to you as an expense report and a revenue report independently.
Any questions on that from the commission?
I'm glad to start seeing these.
We also included the overtime report for the month of April, which is, you've been accustomed to seeing it for the month time period before. I think moving forward, we're going to move this to every payroll cycle, which makes more sense and easier for you to analyze.
Any other questions on that, the overtime reports? Hearing non-negative cash balances, balance transfers.
So you have plenty of help lined up for the election, the primary coming up?
We are still short workers. As of yesterday, I believe we need about 35 to 38 poll workers.
Is there any way we can get the word out to try to?
We have a list that we will be working on calling this week to see if we can get some more lined up. Of course, the shortage falls in independents and Democrats that we need.
Okay. Well, just hopefully if someone's listening out there today,
Thank
you know, they can know that we need some workers.
That would be great, thank you. We do, I'm
Pardon
sorry.
me?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. 2023 negative cash balance transfers. We need to, Ivan, I don't know if did you figure this one out, Rhea? I was in the office the other day and we found this. We thought we had this covered for 2023.
I think we were both shocked when Al told us that we still needed to come forward with these cash balance transfers.
Yeah.
But I think we have to make it perfectly clear it's not because we're broke.
No. These, I believe that
Just moving it around.
when we had our discussions at year end with some other help, we overlooked the cash funds.
Yeah, we just have to move cash into these funds, which we have plenty of cash on
Yes.
hand. We just need to move it into these funds to make it full. So,
Any other questions? So this was all identified in the budget, end of year budget last year. Formality for moving the money.
yeah, the budget was fine.
Yeah, that's just to make sure. I mean, I kind of understand how all this works, but when people see that we're moving $500,000 to cover 23 expenses, really not. It's just the budgeting process that portion was missed last year at the end.
That's correct. And I will admit that as the interim auditor, being very inexperienced, I did not catch this.
Yeah, I'm not placing blame on
It's just a paper.
Yes.
and thanks to Al and
Al's the state auditor for, so anybody that's...
And he has been in and out since November. He has not been here every day since.
No, he has not been here every day. And he will be the first to tell you that while he's here, he doesn't bill all 8 hours of the days that he's here to Meade County because he is also helping other counties.
And this is a routine audit that he's doing, that the state's doing, and every county gets it as happens to be our year is what's going on with it.
And there's no irregularities.
Absolutely none.
None.
So this is a number he caught. Like I said, we were pretty sure we had these balanced all to zero at the end of the last year, but we did not. So we will need to take action to move this cash, though.
Since we have people that watch this, I would like it to be noted that while the state auditor is here, he accepts and makes legal advice to countless other counties and auditors who call him while he is here. And he helps them through the process because there have been some issues that are out there that are erroneously misleading some people.
Any other questions, comments to this 2023 negative cash balance transfers and/or action?
Make a motion to transfer the money from the general fund in the amount of $508,000 to cover the negative balances for 2023 to the Road and Bridge Fund for $451,500, the 911 Fund for $13,500, and the Emergency Management Fund for $43,000.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor to move this for these cash balances. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Now we are finally to 2024, and we have these other funds. Obviously, this is to catch us up to this point in time of this year. Rhea,
Yes, these are actually budgeted transfers. These are things that are in our 2024 budget.
Yes. Any questions, comments?
So do we need to do these now, or do we wait till the end of the year to do?
We're going to do some now, and we will not address the library fund again. That will be taken care of. But we will, at the end of the year, look at these again and make any other. We know that the other three, actually, this is half of the amount that we are scheduled to transfer.
Al recommended doing this twice a year. Okay. So that's why it's on now. There's plenty of cash, and so he recommended doing it. Could fit it in. It was Friday that I was in the auditor's office and we discussed it.
And one more comment. The Road and Bridge Fund, so we move about $3 million a year to the Road and Bridge Fund out of the general fund,
Yes.
roughly. So the secondary tax, road tax, does not cover the amount that we put into the highway department.
Correct.
So.
In fact, it only puts in
I'll make a motion to transfer the money from the general fund in the amount of $2,062,250 to the budgeted which are budgeted transfers for 24, to the Road and Bridge Fund for $1.75 million, the 911 Fund for $276,000, $250, the Emergency Management Fund for $15,000, and the Library Fund for $21,000.
I'll second.
A motion and second on the floor to transfer money from the general fund. Is there any discussion to that motion?
This is something that we have not done previously, mid-year, right?
Actually, it was done in July last year. There was some that was done, correct, Rhea? We found in the minutes that, because I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking it was just.
Yeah, we checked the minutes and it happened to be in July.
All right.
So, any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to communique. Is there anything in communique that anybody wants to bring up? This is
Yeah, they're going to be.
essentially just informational. Nothing anybody wants to bring up. Let's go down to consent. Any items on consent that we want to talk about?
Was there something Mr. Boozma was here for? Okay. I'll make a motion we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to approve the consent calendar. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Does anyone have make a motion to go into executive session?
Motion go in executive session for personnel and contracts.
And legal. Okay.
I'll second.
Motion and second on the floor to go into executive session. Any discussion of that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. I'd like to note that we're going into exec at 11:30 a.m.
Well, in 10 minutes.
Oh, is the clock over there off again?
Well, no, I mean, first we always take a recess for 10 minutes and then we show up in
It's been moved in the past motion, a second to come out of exec. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We got one agenda item left to complete. H3, highway. Excuse me, D3.
So this is the scheduled mag chloride roads base stabilization and the residential paid portion. I'll make a motion to approve the mag chloride list, the base stabilization list, and the residential
That includes what they've called private, and okay, that's including everything. Got a motion here on the floor.
Second. Again, that's the private portion that's listed in there is residentials that is paid by the residents and not residents.
Okay, we have a motion second on the floor to approve these lists for mag chloride and base stabilization treatments. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Having completed the agenda and completed the agenda, I see no action before the board. I declare the meeting adjourned.
You know, Tony, I can't get into the internet either.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, okay. Oh, now I'm in. So now it's